Could I ask the Leader of the House if the parliamentary staff are key workers, so they
Valerie Vaz is a one-eyed monkey.
And other
Valerie Vaz is a one-eyed monkey.
Could he confirm that no one has to use their holiday entitlement when they're self-isolating or when they're sick? Hopefully they'll get sick pay, but I think there is an issue that they may be using up their holiday entitlement. Mr. Speaker, we were in a good position to learn from other countries. After all, China built their hospitals in 2 weeks. Though in Italy has tested a lot, and we know that asymptomatic people, of which there may be many here, can still transmit it. They are now virus-free. But I'm pleased that the Leader of the House has taken on board the suggestion that I made last week. The government and the BBC have looked to ensure that the over 75s don't have to pay for their television licence fees. I note that it's only until August, but all the other packages that have been mentioned will take place over 12 months. Now, the Education Secretary yesterday said he wanted to work with the BBC to ensure that our children can learn while they're at home, and also for exercise for seniors while we're all self-isolated. So it shouldn't be right that the BBC have to foot that bill. They need to be compensated for any loss of income. I want to ask the Leader of the House if he can, as much as he can, confirm that we will be back on the 21st of April. We know the Environment Bill is in committee. I wonder if he could make a statement on the timetable of those bills and Brexit negotiations. We're all going to, if we self-isolate, are going to be indulging in the creative industry, music, television, films, as we self-isolate. I know that he knows that most of them are self-employed. Now, many of them have had concerts cancelled, and we need to have a proper package for them so that they don't lose out. There is some confusion because insurers are cancelling this and citing force majeure, and we know that the Department of Health has said that this is a notifiable disease, so could he please clarify that? I have a constituent who had a stroke and she's been asked for a sick note by her Human Resources Department, but the GP's not giving her one. Could he clarify whether sick notes are needed? And I appreciate that the emergency legislation will be published later today, or perhaps it has already been published. There is a sunset clause of 2 years. I would urge caution, because this is, after all, the government that was found to have acted unlawfully over the prorogation. It's important both that there is a shorter sunset clause and that if the Leader could again confirm that Parliament will return on the 21st of April. Can I make a helpful suggestion in that there are lots of issues coming out of each different department, and I just wonder if a statement could be made with each department and their package, and that's published on gov.uk with a dedicated helpline so that we don't have to trouble a minister, say, for example, from the Department of Health, and ask them questions about employment rights. But those people will know that, I know that the government don't want to appear on the Today programme, but the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown had some very important words today, and I think those should be heeded. I wonder if the government could look at ensuring there are experts from other fields. After all, he and Alistair Darling had been through the economic crisis caused by the banking crisis, as well as flooding when he was Prime Minister. And what he said was very important. We're not here to protect our institutions, but our people. So please, could we ensure that? Excellent news, and I want to thank the Leader for all the efforts that he made and the diplomatic
Meanwhile, I can't get a decent meal, so
for 2 weeks,
you can talk your shit in Parliament, but all the time, who's eating what? Do you ever talk about what we're going to eat? I mean, is that not important? What are you talking about?
Could I ask the Leader again to raise their case? They need to be back home where we can help them with this if they have coronavirus, which we know exists extensively in Iran. Mr. Speaker, one of the good things that have come out of these fabulous community groups that have been set up to help people. We know that the Communication Workers Union, the post office workers are going to every house and they're helping with deliveries. The firefighters in Manchester are going to ring elderly people often. Let's keep our spirits up. Tomorrow is the first day of spring.
The House. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady is right to keep our spirits up and to remind us that tomorrow is the first day of spring, and I hope that will put a suitable spring in our step. I'm very grateful for the support that has been given to the government in these difficult times by the opposition, by the Right Honourable Lady herself, by the Leader of the Opposition, and particularly by the Shadow Health Secretary, who has been working very closely with the government and, of course, to the Opposition Chief Whip, who is invariably...
But what have you achieved, Jacob Rees-Mogg? What have you achieved? What have you achieved? Jack shit. My windows are still broken. My doors are still broken. Your government is shit.
In bringing forward the emergency legislation that will be presented later on today.
And I can't afford to eat properly. And that's your government as well. It's not even your government, really. It's civil servants. But
on the sunset clause, I think we want
you got them to want
cooperation with all parties.
Please you for some reason. They want to please you over me. I mean,
and I'm sure there will be discussions over the weekend with relation to that.
I am supposed to get more money. I am supposed to.
I'm genuinely grateful.
I'm supposed to get full rate.
On statements to this House, the Chancellor did indeed apologise and for not making a statement here first. He was bringing forward financially sensitive information, which can be more difficult than other statements. But I'm glad to say the Education Secretary made his statement here first before the press conference. It is not an easy issue because we need to inform the country at large, but we need to maintain parliamentary accountability at the same time. We are obviously going to work very closely with you, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Parliament is kept properly informed and that we don't find things out purely from news reports. But it is important to get information out to the country at large as well. With regards to our return on the 21st of April, it is very important that Parliament continues to sit. The position of Her Majesty's Government is that Parliament will continue to sit. I think this is of significance, that we need to be held to account, but we also need to be able to legislate. And with regard to bills that are currently in committee, we will be able to ensure that those continue in committee as long as the House is sitting. But we may have discussions on precisely how the House operates. The Leader of the Opposition asks about voting arrangements. May I thank the Opposition for not calling divisions this week, which has been helpful under the current circumstances. And I think we need to work closely to see that the mechanisms we use are effective and actually ensure that we hold the government to account, that we legislate properly, but we will have to look at this, and I don't think it's right to make immediate decisions from the dispatch box now, but let's see what the situation is when we come back on the 21st of April. But it has to be something that is agreed on a cross-party basis, that is of fundamental importance to how this House works. With regard to sick notes, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for mentioning this to me in advance. As I understand it, sick notes can now be given by going online with 111, so that people won't need to get them from their doctors. Though I would reiterate the government's encouragement to businesses to be flexible about this. That British business is in many ways leading the way. One has all sorts of pieces of good news, and BP is offering free fuel to emergency service vehicles and things like that. Business is being community spirited, and I've encouraged the business in the specific case you mentioned, and in other similar cases, to behave in that way. The Right Honourable Lady makes very good points about centralisation of information. It is important that we have a reasonable balance between constantly bombarding ministers and getting information that is straightforwardly available already, and the more it's collated, the better that will be. That's an extremely valid point, as is the point about the expertise of others. I also heard the interview with Gordon Brown, and he had many interesting things to say, and I can assure the House that the government is taking suggestions from a wide range of sources. As you can imagine, ideas are pouring in to the government, and that is welcome. I wanted to say on the over 75s, the Noble Lord Hill, Lord Paul, was on the radio this morning, and he was saying that was under review. and that therefore it is not an August deadline and that's it. It was a decision that is made until then, but they will consider it further. So I think we're going to have the opportunity of watching lots of repeats if we are staying at home. But then there are some wonderful programmes that were made not so many years ago, so that won't be too much of a burden, I would have thought. And I share the Right Honourable Lady's pleasure about Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe. It is really very good news that she has been released. And to update the House, the Foreign Secretary spoke to the Foreign Minister Zarif on the 16th of March about all the dual national cases. So the government is continuing to push. And one piece of good news is welcome. Let's hope there's more good news to come.
So David Evans.
Will my right honourable friend find time for debate of the treatment of UK nationals held in prisons overseas? Last month, I went with my constituent, Mr. Sandu, to see his son held in prison in Prague for alleged offences of fraud. The family very much want the government to intercede to see if their son can be released on bail.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome my own friend back to Business Questions. We have missed him, and I'm glad that he is not forced to be staying at home and is therefore able to raise this point. Consular staff are providing assistance to Mr. Sandhu's son, and the FCO have set out how they can help in their publications available on gov.uk. These are called Support for British Nationals Abroad, a Guide, and Arrested Abroad. We can consider intervening with the local authorities if a detainee is not treated in line with internationally accepted standards or with consent to raise concerns about mistreatment. However, as the Honourable Gentleman will understand, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office cannot interfere in the judicial and legal processes in other countries. So we can
last night I was due to speak at an event for which more than 300 people had registered. And because of the crisis, the organisers took the event online. And all of those people were able to participate from the convenience and indeed safety of their own homes. What surprised me was that the hardware I required to do that was none other than the standard issue laptop, an iPad, which I was given 5 years ago by this Parliament. And I say this because it convinces me that the technology is available for us to continue to have informed democratic debate without the necessity of having to meet in this chamber. And I want to ask the leader whether or not he is considering procedures whilst, alongside things like changing our standing orders to reduce the attendance required to make legislation, there are also mechanisms whereby people can represent their constituents and press the case that they want to do on behalf of the people who elected them without the necessity to actually attend the Parliament. And I think we need to do a lot more on that. With regard to the emergency legislation, which we shall see shortly, I wanted to ask a specific point as to whether that will give the government the scope to take action against some people who are engaged in quite disreputable behaviour at this point in time. Because whilst this crisis, the public response to it has brought out the best in people, there are some instances where it has brought out the worst as well. Many people will be shocked at the fact that there are private medical companies profiteering by charging exorbitant fees for testing at this point in time. I believe such people should be detained and their assets should be commandeered and put to the public good. I wonder if the emergency legislation will give the government the powers to act in that way. With regard to the debate which we've been having about universal basic income or a minimum income guarantee, which many people feel is essential to avoid perhaps millions of people approaching the DWP for benefit claims. The Prime Minister yesterday gave a guarantee that he would meet with others and bring forward proposals on that. Can I ask when we might expect a statement to the House from the Prime Minister on that, and when such a meeting will take place?
Why should they get treated any differently? It's unemployment. That's what it is. I mean, you lot are just fucking doing a Gordon Brown on me, and now you're going to cut my benefits again, are you? Because of this. So now you're going to cut my benefits again.
Should we not now be taking steps?
That's always your answer. Cut benefits to solve all these problems. I mean, that's always your answer. I mean, you're dickheads, really.
Course of action and indicate leadership to everyone else in the country at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for the tone and interest of the proposals that he makes. I think everybody is open to ideas as to how things may be done differently and needs on attendance. I have received a letter, or Mr. Speaker has received a letter from the Chairman of the Procedure Committee setting out options for how select committees may be able to carry on with their important business without meeting in person. And therefore, Parliament will be considering what steps can reasonably be taken that allow things to be done remotely. I think it may be difficult to recreate this chamber remotely, but certainly with select committees there are options and they are being considered. The government shares the honourable gentleman's concern about people profiteering from a crisis and is aware that some people are behaving extremely well and others are using this as an opportunity. And one has heard of stories of people charging exorbitant prices for hand sanitizer, loo roll and so on. So his issue is one that the government is aware of and will act if it is necessary. As yet it doesn't seem to be so widespread a problem as to require government action, but the government is not ignoring this point. On the universal basic income, the government is willing to consider all ideas, and lots of ideas are coming in. I would say on this, the priority is to proceed with things that can be implemented rapidly and for which systems already exist. It may prove difficult to introduce entirely new systems, but I'm sure that the Prime Minister, having said he is open to meetings on this matter, will be open to meetings on this matter. As regards the point on the week after next,
This guy can talk.
the House voted for the recess dates, but the House can obviously vote for new recess dates. I would say that we want to maintain flexibility because I can't make an absolute guarantee that all the emergency legislation that could possibly have been thought of is in the bill coming before the House today. There may be other things that we need to legislate on, and there is also demand for scrutiny. So we have to get this balance right. And nothing will be done without consulting the opposition parties, and I emphasise plural.
David Davis.
I say to my honourable friend that I think the opposition has a serious point in terms of the duration of the emergency legislation, particularly given that it appears we're only going to debate it for one day. There is a qualitative difference between a single-day debate on major legislation and even a two-day debate. Now, I know the upper house has different constitutional arrangements, but can you tell us what the amount of time he expects them to spend on considering this legislation before it's sent back to us?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I note the point that my right honourable friend makes. The government is aware of this point. The bill needs to progress with support in this House. Emergency legislation is best done and only tends to go through successfully when there is a very widespread consensus. So his point is a very important one. I can't, unfortunately, and it, I think wouldn't be right of me, to try and say what proceedings will be in another place. I think that would be slightly impertinent of me to say what their lordships will do.
Thank
you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is a lot of rivalry in rugby league, especially in Hull, where we are blessed to have two Super League teams, Hull FC and Hull Kingston Rovers. It's clear that rugby league clubs need a special scheme of support. I've spoken with both club chairmen yesterday evening, and they're very worried about the survival of clubs as a result of COVID-19. Can we please have a statement from a minister on
Universal credits, then they've got enough savings anyway, so they should be saving their money anyway.
Not so that they can survive to next week, next
How
month.
much money do they earn?
next
You
year,
fucking nutcase,
for the
piss
next
off, will you?
125 years as they previously existed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think a lot of businesses, a lot of sporting activities are worried. I would reiterate what the Chancellor has said, that everything that can be done will be done to ensure the stability of the economy through this period and to ensuring that businesses that are well-founded are able to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow, thousands of businesses across the country who provide childcare and nursery services have been asked to shut their doors for an indefinite period. Can we have a debate on what we do to help the childcare sector through this very difficult period to ensure that we have a successful, thriving and high quality nursery provision for the years ahead?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are inevitably concerns following the announcement yesterday of the closures that will take place. That the government is working with providers of all levels of education to ensure that they are aware of the situation and that they are helped to cope through it. And I understand there will be further announcements being made during the course of today.
Universal credit. Universal credit. Universal credit.
Opportunity to thank everyone working on our transport networks, on our buses, trains, driving delivery vehicles and so on. And does he recognise that there are real concerns about the impact on the reduction in passenger flights, not only the impact on travel businesses and on aviation workers, but also for the movement of essential goods which are usually carried in the hold of passenger planes? When can we expect a statement from the Secretary of State for Transport so that we can raise this and many other concerns?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, yes, of course, I would be willing to thank everybody in the transport sector who is working so hard. It is interesting to note that in terms of how society has developed, the delivery drivers for supermarkets are unquestionably key workers who are playing an incredibly important role, particularly with those who need to stay at home, and from next week for those with particular medical conditions who are going to be encouraged to be shielded. And the work they are doing is making it possible for people to carry on with their lives as far as possible. So it's very important work. As regards the flows of trade in the bellies of aeroplanes coming in, yes, that is an important point. I think there is such demand for ministerial statements that many of them will need to be written statements rather than oral statements.
Senator Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his response to the front bench spokesman for the Scottish National Party in terms of how this House should operate. Can I connect two issues, which is the scrutiny of emergency powers and the need for public confidence in their exercise, and the role of select committees? When does he think he will be in a position to announce to the House what the arrangements for select committees will be? Because if these emergency powers are to be exercised, select committees can sit when the House is not sitting and provide some democratic oversight of how these powers are being exercised.
If I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker, perhaps it's helpful to explain how we came to agreement on Westminster Hall being suspended, to give an example of how we are intending to work. That there was a letter from the Clerk of the House to the Speaker. The Speaker consulted me. I consulted with the Right Honourable Lady and with the representatives of the Scottish National Party. We consulted with the chairman of the most relevant select committees, and then we came forward with a motion. It is very important that what we do for select committees similarly
services claim that I'm a paranoid schizophrenic with capacity. Now the police said that I roll rubbish. The police said you can't have paranoid schizophrenia and capacity. What the fuck are they going on about? Now, what the fuck are they going on about? How can I be paranoid schizophrenic and have capacity? I'm John. I can't, you know. I'm not giving any more details now. But what I'm saying to you is, I can't have capacity and paranoid schizophrenia. That's what the police said. The police said that's a load of old rubbish. So what is the truth? What is the truth? You don't know, do you? Well, I'll tell you. Your institution are a bunch of liars. I've never had paranoid schizophrenia. Never in my entire life. Never. They are oppressing me with medication because I'm too fucking clever. That is what they are doing. Okay, and now you are in an institution that is very vulnerable at the moment. Very vulnerable, that's all I'm saying. Because I know what the gangsters are. My windows still haven't been fixed and the gangsters aren't happy about this. My windows still haven't been fixed, my doors still haven't been fixed, and the gangsters are getting well pissed off about this now. Now I said to them, I don't want to see any injuries, but it's up to them to do what they want to do, but they're not allowed to injure you. I mean, that's what I said, but they might injure you. I mean, they don't always listen to me. So, I mean, you know, I've got capacity apparently, so if I've got capacity, that means I don't have paranoid schizophrenia. I don't have it, so I shouldn't be on medication then. Well, I want you to make in my notes that the police said that I can't have capacity and be paranoid schizophrenic. Alright, John Salmon and Den, go on, put it in, John Salmon and Den, go on. 22nd, 1976. Yeah. But I just want you to write a note down saying that the police said that I can't have capacity and be paranoid schizophrenic. I can't be schizophrenic and have capacity, and I know that for a fact anyway. I know this as well. I agree with the police. I agree. You can't have both. And there's a lot of paranoid schizophrenics and schizophrenics sitting in jail. There is, yeah. Most of them. About 99.99% of them are schizophrenics. Like you, you're a schizophrenic as well. Yeah, you are. You wear glasses. You're blind. You're not supposed to wear glasses. I know you're a schizophrenic. I'll tell you you're a schizophrenic. I know you are. I know you are. You are. Do you think? Do you think? Yes or no? Do you think? Well, then you're deluded and you are paranoid schizophrenic. You are deluded. If you think, you are deluded. And you are a schizophrenic. That's what a schizophrenic person does. That is a schizophrenic. I am not a schizophrenic. I do not think. I do have capacity. I've been studying for years. Yeah. No, I don't have qualifications. I don't have qualifications, no. Yeah, I do, yeah. Okay, thank you. And you can put down in there as well that thinking people are schizophrenic. And John does not think, he only considers. And John only considers from facts. From facts. Facts like he's still got broken windows and he's still got broken doors. And these are facts, you know? Why would I tell the council? Pardon? No, it's not the council's property at all. Well, they refuse to because mental health services now claim that I encourage me to throw stones at my window. So they're not going to help me at all. And the police won't admit that they smashed my door down because they won't admit it. That the landlord can't claim the money back and he won't fix it. So these are facts, and The other fact is that you can't be paranoid schizophrenic and have capacity. You have one or the other. You have one or the other. You cannot have both. Police and me both are in agreement. So the police said you're not paranoid schizophrenic, basically. I don't know what these mental health bastards are playing at. That's what they said. That's what they said. They said these mental health people don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's what the police said. They use that language. They use that. The police do swear like that with me. Yeah. They use that language. They said these mental health people don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's what they said. That's their own words. A sergeant, that was a sergeant. Yeah, that was the sergeant who said that. Sergeant rips into the coppers. Because he actually said to the coppers, what did you arrest this guy for? We've got no evidence anyway. And then they still put me in the cell and I had to go through the whole thing, but there was no evidence anyway. You know, I've taken up enough of your time now, I think. If you can just jot down them things for me, please, I'll be very appreciative. Or let the management know, because the quicker you let the management know, the quicker we can move forward. Because I don't have capacity. If I don't have capacity, that means I'm actually the most cured man in the whole of Harrow. That means I can actually help people, and I'm not actually a deluded blind leading the blind like them. They're the blind leading the blind. I've got a program called Pathfinder, which works. Self-psychotherapy. It works. My system works. I've done it myself, and it worked for me. But I've never been a paranoid schizophrenic. I've been a depressed schizophrenic. Yes, I have. But I've never been a paranoid one. Never. So I don't know what the fuck they're going on about. How can they come up with that judgment? It's all shit. And that's what the police said yesterday. And I have got capacity. Alright? Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
I think if I was to write my version of history, I'll just say it's 4 empirical forces, 2 opposing, depending on what shape your country is, depends which borders you have to block. That's it. That's all it is.
Of the seriousness of this crisis over time, and that therefore some replies are getting better as time goes on, as the necessity becomes clearer, and that the Foreign Secretary is certainly working very hard on this.
Mr. Speaker, the Defence Select Committee wants to meet on Tuesday. It won't be doing so. We have the witnesses in place, but they can't virtually beam themselves in.
2 opposers.
Parliament just talk all day, and what they achieve by talking all day? Do they really achieve anything? Not really. It's autonomous how it works. I mean, these aren't doing nothing. I mean, their suits and ties. Look at them.
Got like your own music, your own documentary.
If one thing I do is bring an institution down, I want to bring it down, because Parliament is a stupid institution. 600 people to run a country. Yeah, right. It takes one person, Jah Rastafari, a king. A king can do it on 10%. Look at them. Oh, look at how much money we've got to pay them. A king can do it on 10%.
Got like your own music, your own documentary.
10% is a lot of money. I mean, these guys, they're taking the piss. Should be 10% now. I mean, and VAT should be no more than 10%, and nothing should go over 10%. And it does. You even pay interest rates on credit cards over 10%. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I think I'll have to write my version of history. I'll just say it's 4 empirical forces. I think I'll have to write my version of history. I'll just say it's 4 empirical forces. I think think, well, I have to write my vote in history. I'll just say it's 40 empirical forces. I still reckon there's no enemy, though. I still reckon there's no enemy. I'm convinced there's no enemy. It's Hollywood films to make it as well. It's just pyramid of forces. It's just border control, border conflict. One man against another, creating a whole network of men against another. If we can just resolve our own disputes, then peace is spread. You can only create peace in your own life. You can't be responsible for anyone else's. I mean,
I would really like to teach you what I know, because it creates enough dough. Let me show you the ropes, because I know more than all the popes. I have studied much self-knowledge, gaining wisdom, power and strength. The natural world is perfect in every way. I see the world's glory every day. The world never fails you. It's existed before you. Life is so abundant, especially without laws and contraception, like an animal or a plant. In Babylon, we are detached from nature. This stops us from pleasure. How many power stations power all the TV sets? We waste too much energy on TV sets, and computers, cars, and aeroplanes. It's all for the game rich people play. All they want to do is enrich. They are like a leech. Dominance enforces how they own the world and resource. From a history of violence, I will not remain silent. Imperfection is your own mind. It causes you to become blind. Your emotional mind speculates commentary, which is mistook as your reality. You cannot describe taste or smell. Much like reality, I can tell. Also, I know because I am a professor, an Eastern and Western philosopher.
I'm just changing over to the news on BBC iPlayer. Parliament is just like bollocks, really. So fucking pointless is that. Just talk. They think they're going to achieve by talking in Parliament, really. I take the honourable gentleman's suggestion. They're shitting themselves at the moment. They don't take anyone on board at the moment. They're trying to take the opposition stuff on board, really. Take any open suggestion at the moment. Any open suggestion. So the government actually, during coronavirus, do what they're supposed to do. You're not also supposed to be in opposition, and I think that's what they realise now. My pot noodle must be well ready by now. was a good job I had a solicitor yesterday, but I think I would have still got through it without him anyway. I mean, I just answered it all honestly, and I don't care, man. I think if the judge saw my motive and they didn't want to see my motive, and that's what I wanted to reveal. I wanted to answer the questions. I mean, it's really good to leave your pot noodle for about half an hour or an hour. It tastes really good and it soaks more of the water up. So Gareth Thomas doesn't know how to connect with his people. What a shame. Gareth Thomas doesn't know how to do it. Fucking muppet. Fucking dickhead. Try and make out he didn't complain. The police, I believe the police anyway. It was him, and he blocked me on the email. He made a big mistake doing that, and it's his mistake. I mean, if he really thinks my emails are a waste of time, he didn't think my letters were, so I don't know why he thinks my emails are. And, so you're not listening, Gareth. You're not taking things seriously. The MPs are all despots, I'm telling you. They are all fucking deluded. They're all paranoid schizophrenics. This is what MPs are. I'm not spreading a lie, a false belief. This is the truth about MPs. The truth about MPs is they are all deluded. The truth about all the social services, they are all deluded. The truth about all normal people, they are all deluded. You are all deluded. If you don't listen to me, you will stay deluded like a nutcase and you will suffer. And that is just the way it is. Suffer then. Choose your lifestyle. Choose it. You want to suffer like an MP running the country with emotion and whim? That's not how you run a country. With emotion. Fucking bollocks to that. That's not how King Solomon was. To be a real king, you got to be mighty and powerful and not fucking have emotions. I mean, fuck that shit. That's the trouble with MPs. They're not kings. They're not real kings. They're not really proper leaders. And look at the state of them. Most of them can't even stand properly. Look at the way that they stand in their postures and stuff. Let's put it on. No, I can't even put it on. Fucking idiots, man. MPs, man. I want to bring them down. I don't think anyone should vote for an MP anymore. That's what I'm saying. But no one's going to listen to it. Everyone's going to still do it. I'd say we should all stamp out and not vote at all. None of us should vote for MPs at all. There should be no turnout whatsoever. We should bring the fucking system down. Fucking bollocks system. It does not work. Them in charge of everything does not work. all you need is my 10 commandments, and that's all that you need to know. That is all that needs to be known. Everything else should be. What's wrong? Well, I mean, what do you need the other laws for? What do you need them for? You don't need them. MPs are all deluded. Anyone in glasses is absolutely deluded. Jacob Rees-Mogg, Priti Patel, Jeremy Corbyn, I think, wears glasses. I think so does Gareth Thomas. All these MPs that wear glasses, they're all absolutely fucking totally deluded. And the ones that don't wear glasses, they're still deluded as well, probably. I mean, wearing glasses is a sign of definite delusion. Definite delusion. Definite underread, undereducated, underdeveloped moron. That's what you are. If you wear glasses, you're a moron. I mean, YouTube might not agree with what I'm saying, but I'm telling you, you're not supposed to wear glasses. You're supposed to train your eyes to be able to see properly. I mean, you didn't play properly as a child then. That's what it is. You didn't play properly as a child, and I know this for a fact. You didn't play properly. A lot more women can see better than a lot more men tend to be the most blind fucking idiots there are. But there's more women that can see properly. I think it's because they sunbathe and they get a better relationship with the sun. But I mean, the men, I mean, there's some fucking weirdos out there, man. Some weird head movements. Like Gareth Thomas does a few weird head movements. Fucking blind motherfucker. I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg does some fucking weird head movements. And Priti Patel, I mean, fucking weird head movements. If you're wearing glasses like that, you're gonna be doing weird head movements just to see. I mean, you gotta go. I can't even do it. See, I can't even do it. I do it. My eyes just turn. I mean, that's how you're supposed to see. I mean, how I see is how you're supposed to see. But Junior's saying that you're born with this knowledge, and I'm saying no, you're not born with this knowledge. That's what Junior said. He came on here a few weeks ago, and he said, "You're born with self-knowledge." No, you're not born with self-knowledge. What I've learned to do is an education course. I discovered it in this generation. I discovered how to see properly. That's what I've done. And if you follow Pathfinder, you'll learn how to see properly. If you don't follow it, and you don't obey or whatever, I mean, it's up to you. That's your choice. If you want to stay a blind moron that's got emotions and dread and one of you want to blame the government, well, carry on. Maybe I should leave the government there just so you can keep blaming them. I mean, if I become an authority, you'll blame me. I mean, just leave the government there as a blame figure, really. That's all they're good for. That is all the government is good for. Just as a blame figure. That is it, really.
the most severe to have the higher death rate in that group. But that's not representative of all the other people who've not reached hospital and have actually had a mild or moderate disease and have never had to leave their homes. They've been absolutely fine. But the mortality rates that have been calculated around the world, they're based on a full spectrum of clinical disease followed for the full period, so you can be confident from beginning to end. And that's how you do it in terms of calculating you should do it. The reason I get that rather long answer is there will be a period until we've ramped our testing up in the community when if you just divide the number of cases we identify by the number of people who die, it'll look as if the mortality rate in the UK will be quite high. And I'm predicting this forward. This is not a retrospective point. I'm expecting that to happen. That is because that is the way we're collecting the denominators, is people who got severe or fairly severe disease rather than all comers. Over time, that will shift.
Professor Chris Whitty there. As COVID-19 continues to wreak chaos on the world economy, some industries are better suited than others to deal with the disruption. In South Africa, pharmacies and cleaning companies are capitalising on an urgent need for hand sanitizer and cleaning services. The BBC's Vumani Mkhize brings us this report.
Scrubbing the germs away. Well, that's one way to combat the deadly coronavirus. And as cases continue to rise in South Africa, companies are taking extraordinary measures to sanitize their communal workspaces. This Johannesburg office is getting a disinfectant scrub, and you can actually smell the alcohol from the cleaning solution. Since the outbreak of the coronavirus began, companies and ordinary South Africans have been clamoring for deep cleaning services, and they are determined to keep their homes and their offices virus-free. While most industries around the world are finding it difficult to cope, cleaning companies are seemingly virus-proof, with many struggling to keep up with the demand for their services.
There's a lot of people calling and wanting stuff done and wanting us to come and clean. So it's just us getting there and get to all the people. That's the problem. But we make it work. We go to all the clients, we see all the clients, we help them when we can.
Pharmacies are also seeing increased traffic volumes inside their stores, and most customers are looking for one product: hand sanitizer. Demand is so high that some retailers are selling 6 months worth of stock in just a matter of days, creating a nationwide shortage.
And unfortunately, we so try to say to them, take one and leave one for your fellow neighbor. But unfortunately, they clear the shelves. Whenever we put up our hand sanitizer, they clear the shelf. But what Dis-Chem is trying to do, so all the South Africans can get a hand sanitizer, we actually put the stock at the self-medication counter, so they have to ask for it.
While the times may be good for some industries, the overall picture for the economy is bleak. Since the virus outbreak began, South Africa's currency, the rand, has weakened by over 20% to the US dollar, and many industries are finding it difficult to operate in this tough economic environment. As a measure of relief, government is planning on using the $10 billion unemployment insurance fund to assist temporary layoffs and support companies hit by the pandemic. Economists, however, aren't optimistic about the future.
The numbers are already suggesting that we could have a recession for the year as a whole. Now, with this added pressure coming from the global front and the restrictions which have been placed on the South African economy, to sort of stem the spread of the virus, this is definitely going to weaken our economy.
Cleaning up the socio-economic mess left behind by COVID-19 will take years. But for now, South Africa, like many countries around the world, is trying to curb a potential public health crisis while still ensuring the economy doesn't grind to a halt. Vumani Mkhize, BBC News, Johannesburg.
Let's get an update on the weather now. Here's Louise Lear.
Good afternoon. For many, the last couple of days have been rather wet, and if not wet, they've been rather drab. But as we head towards the weekend, it does look as though there's a greater chance of seeing more sunshine in the forecast. That's because the nuisance weather front will ease away, and although high pressure is drifting off into the near continent, it still stays largely dry. It does come with a price, though. An easterly wind will really make it feel noticeably cooler if you are going to spend any time out and about. So bear that in mind. But this has been the story that we've seen across England and Wales today, rather grey. And yes, there's been some light rain in Solihull and the satellite and radar combined shows that quite clearly. Bit of a north-south divide, really. Central and southern England, grey, damp and drab. Further north, it's been a chilly start, a scattering of showers, but at least you've got some sunshine, and that's what you will keep for the remainder of the day. A few scattered showers into the far northwest of Scotland, but predominantly dry and sunny. Our weather front still a nuisance, making it feel noticeably cooler under the cloud and the rain here, with only 6 degrees likely in Cardiff. That weather front will slowly start to ease away, but through the night it still leaves a legacy of cloud in its wake, with high pressure toppling across the high. Here temperatures are likely to fall away quite sharply. We could see a frost across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, with temperatures maybe falling as low as -5 or -6 in sheltered rural glens. But here is where we will have the dry, sunny weather first thing. Still a legacy of cloud across central and southern areas, still rather dull and damp through the southwest, with temperatures peaking into the afternoon between 8 and 10 degrees. So into the weekend, we finally see the back of that nuisance weather front that's been with us for most of the week. The high pressure does drift off into the east, but for the start of the weekend, it's going to be a dry theme for many, and there's going to be a great chance of seeing lots of sunshine coming through on Saturday. Don't forget that nagging easterly wind, particularly on exposed east coast, could be really quite disappointing here. Your thermometer might read 8 or 9 degrees, but it will feel noticeably cooler for this time of year. Not much difference into Sunday, perhaps a subtle change of wind direction, so perhaps not feeling quite as cold. And eventually there'll be a weak weather front spilling into the far northwest, but we're not too concerned about it. Again, dry, settled and sunny with highs of 7 to 11. Take care.
This is Liv. Liv chose not to message something mean about her best friend Ava's new haircut, which meant Ava posted a nice review about her hairdresser Kat. So Kat messaged her boyfriend Dan to say that he could splash out on some new wheels, meaning Doris was reunited with Mittens, freeing up her grandson Ollie from cat hunting, giving him time to crack that whole teleportation thing. The Own It app, making the internet a kinder place, one message at a time.
This could be an exhilarating ride, or we could just plummet to our deaths.
Here we go! Oh!
I've gone 4 days without changing my pants.
That sounds very unsanitary. We are in at the deepest event. Rule number 1, don't die. What else we got ourselves into? Let's go!
This looks dangerous. Let's put the camera down. Get up there and restore some sanity.
This is mental.
Fast, fast, fast. Go, go, go!
Oh my word! What the?
This is BBC News. I'm Simon McCoy. The headlines at 2. Difficult exam questions as schools prepare to shut down. Pupils, teachers and universities said they need to know what will happen to GCSEs and A-levels. Ministers promise answers tomorrow.
Our aim will be to issue people's GCSEs and A-level examinations in August, as we usually do, but it will be under a different process and a different system as to how we've done it always in the past with traditional examinations.
Scientists tell the government that the risks and benefits of further drastic actions to contain the coronavirus need to be properly weighed up.
We're dealing with a brand new virus. We're dealing with learning as we go along. And I think now to put absolute timelines on things is not possible. And we can see that in other countries where people are now beginning to experiment with releasing some of the measures of it to see what happens.
A glimmer of relief in China, which records no new domestic cases of coronavirus for the first time since the pandemic began last year. And keeping the kids amused, one playgroup's efforts to keep going online. From tomorrow afternoon at around 3:30, all schools in the UK will shut their doors indefinitely in an unprecedented nationwide shutdown. But there are continuing urgent questions about the closures and exactly how they will affect pupils and parents. A list of the key workers whose children can still go to school is due to be released later today. There are ongoing discussions about how to award older pupils grades after GCSE and A-level exams in England and Wales were cancelled yesterday. Ministers are also considering, and they're under increasing pressure, to announce a package of financial help for people who are losing income because of workplace closures. And 20,000 military personnel are on standby to help with essential services, to help the police and the NHS. In London, there's been a partial shutdown of the tube network, although Downing Street has played down speculation of a wider restriction of movement in the capital. In Europe, both Italy and France are looking to extend lockdowns put in place to try to stem the outbreak. With our first report, here's our correspondent, Charlotte Rose.
The rush of the school run in the Midlands, but not for much longer for many families. When schools close their gates tomorrow, they're shutting indefinitely, except to the children of key workers and vulnerable children, who make up around 10% of pupils. Many parents seem supportive of the move, but worried about the impact.
A bit anxious, to be honest, because I work at the hospital, so I need to sort out to see what I can do with him and my younger one.
I think it's the right decision. We have to look out for the bigger problems and across the society, so yeah, it's a good idea.
I hope that they're not off until September, because that is a considerably long time, but for the foreseeable, it has to be done.
Not happy.
What are you going to do for the next few weeks?
That we have to do school homework on laptops and tablets.
And it's a challenge for schools too.
We are looking at sending packs of work out to our families because not all of them have internet access or access to laptops, and also we're mindful of children spending all their days in front of a screen.
The Cabinet Office will later publish a definitive list of people doing key roles, but the Education Secretary's been clear it's not business as usual for schools.
It's going to be a safe place for those children to be. It's not going to be an educational setting. They're not going to be teaching the national curriculum, but it's going to be a safe place for people who are key to combating this virus and keeping the country moving forward.
The hard question for many students who've been revising for exams: what happens now? The Scottish Parliament will announce later whether NQs and hires will go ahead. In England and Wales, all exams have been scrapped. The government says all students will be given grades, but hasn't set out how that will be done.
A number of qualifications already have online examinations. That's something we could consider for a broader range of subjects. They can be done remotely via social distance. We can use predicted grades, absolutely, but one of the things we are considering is perhaps running some students through some more papers.
And how to protect vulnerable children. Those with special educational needs or who have an assigned social worker will stay in school, but there are fears some could still fall through the cracks. Charlotte Rose, BBC News.
And Charlotte is here with me now. Let's talk about exams first of all, and this is a very pressing question for thousands of youngsters.
Absolutely. A lot of nervousness, really, about exactly what the government means when they say that students will still be assigned grades. And of course, it's important to remember that education policy is decided differently in different parts of the UK. And we're expecting that later this afternoon, the Scottish Government is going to make an announcement on what they intend to do for their specific exams. We are going to have to wait until tomorrow for the details on what will happen for students in England and Wales. We know that they won't be sitting GCSEs or A-levels, but how exactly are they going to calculate the grades? Is it going to be a combination of internal assessments, either using mock exams or teacher-based assessments? Will there be some moderation by exam boards, or may they have to complete further online assessments? All of that is up in the air and not clear. Gavin Williamson said this morning that he was holding further talks with the regulator Ofqual to decide exactly how it should be done.
Now we're going to hear this list of key workers. A lot of rather self-important people are going to realise what this country actually needs at the moment, aren't we? Who are we expecting to be on this list?
Well, we know certainly it will include health workers, doctors, nurses, care workers, and other people who ensure that the hospital can continue to function, people like cleaners and the people serving food to patients. We know as well that it will include teachers and also police officers, and the government's already said that they're mindful to include people like delivery drivers to ensure that food can still get to the shops, and also for those supermarkets that provide delivery, they can take the food to people who are self-isolating. But there are some questions that have been raised by some MPs earlier today in the Commons. One MP saying we really need to ensure that funeral care providers are classed as a key worker role, because we know that they are going to see a high level of demand. And someone else said it's important to ensure that refuse collections can still take place if we're not to see a
Funerals
build-up
going to
of
make a lot of
rubbish.
money, aren't
You
they?
mentioned in your
That's
report vulnerable
interesting.
children,
I might have
those
to
with
start a
special
funeral
educational needs,
parlour.
those who have a social worker. Do we know
Start
how
with
the
Gareth
government's
Thomas
going to
and the social workers.
The government had initially said that these two separate groups, so children with an education and care plan, what we might describe as children with special or extra needs, they will be part of that group. And children who are at risk, so they have an assigned social worker, they would all join that group of key workers children who would be kept in school. But some head teachers have kind of raised the alarm and said there are some children out there who don't have an assigned social worker because of existing pressures within the social work system, but who nonetheless they consider to be vulnerable, whether that might be a group of students who are on free school meals, or whether it's because they know that they are having problems at home. And so they're asking the government really to give them flexibility so that the head teacher can use their knowledge about families and their communities to really say, actually, we feel that the children in this family should be able to continue to come to school.
Now, we're expecting, of course, a daily news conference. We're getting used to those. Are we expecting some of these questions to be addressed then, or is it going to be tomorrow?
It looks like we should hear about the list of key workers from the Cabinet Office later this afternoon, but not until tomorrow for the information about exams. So unfortunately for those students who it affects, you are going to have to wait a little bit longer.
Charlotte, thank you very much for that. Well, the Chief Medical Officer for England, Professor Chris Whitty, says the risks and benefits of all the measures announced by the government need to be assessed before any further restrictions are considered. He also said the virus appears to be behaving as the scientists expected it to. Our health correspondent Lauren Moss reports.
Another daily briefing for the UK's top science and medical experts. As cases climb into the thousands here, tactics to tackle and manage the coronavirus are changing every day, with social distancing, working from home, and school closures, all with consequences.
So, stop doing things which actually increase people's social distancing. It sounds fine until you realise that might also increase loneliness. It might, if you're not careful, increase people's inability to get exercise. There are a whole variety of negative consequentials from some of the interventions. And if you do them too early, you get all the negatives, but you get a relatively small or almost non-measurable effect on the epidemic.
Supermarkets are imposing limits on the number of items shoppers can buy and setting aside an hour, especially for older and more vulnerable customers. Still, though, some are queuing to be the first inside when the doors open.
We came Sainsbury's yesterday, couldn't even get milk or butter.
We were able to get what you needed.
We were able to get what we needed. And I'm not stockpiling, I'm just getting basics, because I don't believe in it.
The couple of things are missing, and wash, everybody seems like they want toilet paper. I don't know why.
People are panicking now, aren't they? If they didn't panic, we wouldn't have all this, we'd be able to get what we wanted.
Restricting the number of people allowed inside a supermarket has been ruled out. We are told there is enough food, but getting it out on the shelves quickly enough is a challenge.
That is why we have taken steps, including setting aside delivery curfews so that lorries can run around the clock, relaxing driver hours to ensure that the deliveries can take place more frequently. And we are in discussion with other government colleagues in MHCLG around other support that we would deliver locally to get food to those who are self-isolating.
40 tube stations in London have now closed, and a reduced rail service will be running from tomorrow. More than a third of the UK's confirmed coronavirus cases, over 900, are in the capital. 20,000 army troops have been put on standby to support public services if required. Some will begin training next week to drive oxygen tankers. Emergency legislation to give the government more powers if needed during the outbreak has been put before Parliament this afternoon. Measures may include recalling retired NHS staff, shutting airports, or quarantining anyone suspected of having the virus, and could last for up to 2 years.
We're dealing with a brand new virus. We're dealing with learning as we go along. And I think now to put absolute timelines on things is not possible. And we can see that in other countries where people are now beginning to experiment with releasing some of the measures a bit to see what happens.
The Welsh Government has announced frontline patient-facing NHS staff are to be tested for the virus. And yesterday, the Prime Minister said work was progressing on an antibody test to detect whether people had already contracted it and become immune. The Queen has now left Buckingham Palace for Windsor Castle, where she's expected to stay beyond Easter. As people follow health advice, towns and cities are only likely to become quieter, with further measures yet to come. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
Let's take a look at some of the other developments around the world. Well, China reported no new domestic cases on Wednesday for the first time since the outbreak. South Korea, China and Singapore are among the Asian countries facing a second coronavirus wave spurred by people importing it from outside. And Australia and New Zealand will close their borders to non-residents from Friday. Let's hear from some of our global correspondents. Steve McDonnell is in Beijing in China.
Well, what a day, symbolically at least, in China, to go from more than 80,000 infected people to a 24-hour period when, according to official figures, not one extra homegrown case has been added. This comes as in Wuhan City, the government has said that people who've been cooped up for 6 weeks, a month and a half, can finally go outside, have a walk, breathe in some fresh air. But the emphasis now is on overseas arrivals, because that's where the new infections are coming into the Chinese system. So the emphasis is on airports, and it's why this country is maintaining a very strict quarantine regime for anybody coming off an international flight.
Steve McDonnell, our correspondent Gavin Lee in Brussels. He gave us the latest from there.
Here in Belgium, for example, we're into day 2 of the confinement measures, and basically you cannot leave the house unless you're going to work, for medicine, for food, or to have a walk or to cycle, but not in groups. And this is how seriously it's being enforced. There are police patrols on the streets. It seems to be largely being observed today, but there have been instances in parks in Brussels where people have congregated in big numbers, either playing football or having a picnic, and it's been dispersed by the police. And the warning from the Interior Ministry here in Belgium is that you'll get 2 warnings. First of all, you'll get the initial warning, and if you're seen again, there's a €4,000 fine or a 3-month prison sentence. And the Interior Ministry is saying you should call the police if you see groups of people out of the house. I mean, that is how seriously it's being taken. 1,800 cases here today, 300 people in hospital, 21 people dead. And bear this in mind as well, 2 weeks ago, it was the first case in Belgium. That's how quickly it's starting to rise here.
Gavin Lee. Italy has borne the brunt of the coronavirus pandemic in Europe, and Seema Katecha has the latest from there.
Well, almost 3,000 people have died here so far, and all eyes are on the daily figures that come out at 6 o'clock local time this evening, because if the figures continue to rise and they go up by a few hundred, as they've been doing every day this week, well, then Italy will overtake China as having the highest death toll from this virus. So potentially an incredibly dark day here. The Prime Minister saying that the stringent measures which are in place preventing people from moving around freely, well, those measures could be made even more strict. So you might not even be allowed to go outside and walk your dog or go to the grocery store. And some really disturbing images coming out from Italy. Today we've seen the military moving coffins in the north from a crematorium because the crematorium simply can't cope with the rate of death there.
That was Seema Katecha. Well, as large parts of the global transport system shut down, it's thought thousands of Britons may be stranded abroad, but the government doesn't know the precise number. The Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab, says many won't be able to return for a considerable time. Earlier, our transport correspondent Tom Burridge told my colleague Rita Chakrabarti about those unable to come back to the UK.
One of the highest concentrations is in Peru, around about 400 British nationals there. Now, that country, like other countries, has effectively shut its borders. There is no way in and out as things stand. The government is lobbying the Peruvian authorities to try and get that changed. People in Peru we're talking to feel abandoned, they feel let down. But Dominic Raab this morning, the Foreign Secretary, saying his officials are doing everything they can. It's very dynamic, it's very fast moving. But I think at the moment, you've got airlines running rescue flights, so empty planes going out from the UK to places like Marrakesh, chaotic scenes there in recent days, bringing people back bit by bit. I think the question now, though, is the government going to have to step in? Can it step in a more concrete way? Will we see a more kind of state-funded repatriation mission going forward? I think the reality is for a lot of Brits in lots of far-flung parts of the world, like Honduras, the Maldives, who are stuck, it might take them some time to get home.
Well, that was Tom Burridge talking to Rita a little earlier. You're watching BBC News. Our headlines this afternoon. The government is promising more clarity on how children will be awarded their grades following the cancellation of GCSEs and A-levels in England and Wales. Scientists tell the government that the risks and benefits of further drastic actions to contain the coronavirus need to be properly weighed up. China is expressing relief as it records no new domestic cases of the coronavirus for the first time since the pandemic began in Wuhan last year.
In sport, English football will be suspended until at least the 30th of April, as the FA agrees the current season can be extended indefinitely. World Athletics chief Lord Coe insists it's too early to decide whether to cancel the Tokyo Olympics, despite mounting criticism from athletes who've accused the IOC of putting them in danger. And former Cardiff City midfielder Peter Whittingham has died, aged 35. He'd been in hospital for more than a week after suffering a head injury in an accidental fall in a pub in Barry. I'll be back with more on all those stories at 2:30.
The measures imposed by the government are designed to slow down further infection and to ease the pressure on an already stretched NHS. So how ready is our health service? Our health correspondent Nick Triggle has the details.
All across the UK, people are reducing their social contact with each other to suppress the spread of coronavirus. But behind the scenes, the health service is getting prepared for a surge in cases. So is it ready? The first thing to say is that most people will only get a mild illness with symptoms passing in a few days, but a minority end up severely ill. Just over 4% need hospital treatment. A third of those end up in intensive care, needing ventilation to support their failing lungs. To help with its planning, researchers have been looking at how long patients need hospital treatment for. Evidence from places such as China and Italy shows that on average people will spend 8 days in hospital. If they end up on a ventilator, that doubles to 16 days. Another challenge is that the number of cases can come quickly if the steps being taken do not manage to suppress the virus. As many as half can come in 2 or 3 weeks. So the NHS is trying to free up beds. In England, there are around 100,000 hospital beds. Currently, 9 in 10 are occupied. But NHS bosses are attempting to free up another 30,000 by cancelling routine ops and discharging patients quickly. This will also benefit intensive care units that will be crucial in saving lives. England has 3,700 critical care beds. Add in the rest of the UK and there are well over 4,000. 8 in 10 are occupied, but perhaps a quarter will be freed up if they're no longer needed for patients who've undergone surgery. You can open more by using the ventilators that would have been used in operating theatres, as well as sourcing others from old stocks, the Ministry of Defence and the private sector. But if you did that, you could possibly get close to 12,000 ventilated beds. Staff, though, would then have to be redeployed and retrained to help care for patients. Whatever happens, it promises to be a huge challenge for the health service.
That was the one positive side effect of the huge changes to our lives from the coronavirus has been the impact on the environment. Levels of air pollutants and gases over some cities and regions showing significant drops as people travel much less and work from home. Researchers in New York say carbon monoxide levels, mainly from cars, was almost halved. Emissions of carbon dioxide have also fallen sharply. But scientists are worried about what will happen when countries try to recover from the pandemic. pandemic. Our environment correspondent Matt McGrath reports.
New York City in a time of violence, deserted by tourists and workers alike. This buzzing metropolis is normally clogged with cars and vans, and with 24 power plants mainly burning fossil fuels, New York has some of the dirtiest air in the US. But this week, as people have responded to the coronavirus by working from home, traffic across New York has fallen dramatically, and scientists are seeing a similar drop in levels of air pollutants.
Last weekend was the cleanest I have ever seen the air around New York. Now, some of that is driven by meteorology, so the weather, how still the air is, has a big effect, but it's still the cleanest we have ever seen in the city.
The latest information from New York is an echo of what researchers have also found in China and northern Italy as the virus has tightened its grip. Satellite images track falling levels of nitrogen dioxide, mostly produced from car engines. This chemical threatens our health and is also a powerful greenhouse gas. These rapid declines will likely continue for the duration of the pandemic, with scientists predicting that 2020 could see the smallest growth in carbon in the atmosphere since the global financial crash in 2008. But the big concern is that when governments splurge cash to revive their economies, the money will be spent on fossil fuel dependent industries such as aviation. Scientists say it could be a golden opportunity to put the world on a greener, more sustainable footing. But some experts are worried that governments will pull the plug on investments in renewable energy.
I hope to see that discussions go in the right direction, namely putting the clean energy transitions at the heart of the stimulus packages.
If they don't, it could be very bad for green energy?
Definitely so, and we would miss a big opportunity. And the clean energy transitions, which were already having a good pace before the coronavirus crisis, may well be hampered seriously with long-term implications for our fight against climate change.
Supporters say that small investments could see big changes, such as the installation of electric car chargers and millions of homes insulated. But if spending boosts oil, coal and gas, it would be a disastrous move in the battle against rising temperatures. Matt McGrath, BBC News.
Well, self-isolation is going to be a challenge for all ages in the coming weeks, so people are coming up with more inventive ideas for coping. One music and rhyme group for toddlers has started streaming free videos to help parents of young children. Our reporter Joe Black has
How do you run a toddler's play session when you can't even be in the same room as them? Rag Dolly Anna's is a small business, which usually operates in church halls and children's centres. But for now, this is how they're coping, offering families online sessions free of charge.
Had to put a day on our day-to-day sessions that we're running. Obviously, we can't take any risks. Little people, we've got lots of little people, lots of pregnant mums come to session with their toddlers. We've got grandparents who are in the risk age, the over 70s, who come along to our sessions. The biggest priority for us is the safety of everyone and everyone's health.
And thousands have already tuned in, and not just locally. Some have watched from countries like Denmark and Italy. Dancing in your living room, though, can bring its own challenges.
We just want to share a little bit of fun, share a little bit of enjoyment, and hopefully break up their day and change what could be a really negative, stressful time of their isolation into a little bit of fun.
Social distancing, it seems, doesn't have to mean children miss out on fun. Joe Black, BBC News.
No, we're not going to do anything like that here on BBC News. Well, at least it's not the plan. We'll just see how things go. But meanwhile, some celebrities are using their social media platforms to share a bit of joy. Judi Dench and Elaine Page have shared light-hearted messages of solidarity during this coronavirus pandemic.
Oh, there you are. Just keep laughing. That's all we can do.
Don't cry for me, I'm the cleaner.
Well, to add to that, we've got a message from Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Here I am at home, taking a jacuzzi, smoking a little stogie. I just finished a bike ride and a little bit of workout, and I just, keep staying at home and away from the crowds and away from outside. The reason why I'm saying that is because I still see photographs and videos of people sitting in outside cafes all over the world and having a good time and hanging out in crowds. That is not wise, because that's how you can get the virus. That's how you get it, like contact with other people. So stay away from crowds, stay away from being in restaurants and outdoor cafes, especially now in springtime where all the kids are going to the beach and celebrate and drink and all that stuff. This is not a good idea. So stay away from the crowds, go home, and then we can overcome this whole problem, this whole virus in no time. But you got to go and follow those orders. Just remember, stay at home, don't go to crowds. Put that cookie down.
Argue with him if you wish. Now, you can keep up to date with all the latest developments about the coronavirus outbreak, the symptoms to watch out for, and how to guard against the virus and what it will mean for you. It's all on the BBC News app. And of course, lots of information on our website at bbc.co.uk/news. We'll be taking some of your questions on health and education. That's to come in the next few minutes here on BBC News. But first, let's catch up with the weather. The forecast now from Stav Danaos.
Hello there. The weather's going to settle down a lot as we head on into the weekend. We'll see plenty of sunshine around. That's all thanks to this area of high pressure, which will win out. Today, we've had this weather front through central and southern areas. It's brought a rather drab day with some outbreaks of rain too. And the colder air across northern areas will win out and spread to all areas by the time we reach Friday. It stays quite cloudy across southern parts of the country with that weather front overnight. Maybe some spots of rain further north under widespread clear skies. It's going to be a cold one with a widespread frost, maybe a hard frost out of towns and cities. As we head on into tomorrow, it starts off grey again across the south of the country. A gradual improvement, though, with some brightness appearing, though it could stay quite cloudy across the southwest there. And a chilly day to come, particularly across the North Sea, as we begin to pick up a northeasterly wind. Into the weekend, it's going to be chilly with a noticeable east or southeasterly wind, but at least it should be largely dry with a good deal of sunshine for all of us.
This could be an exhilarating ride, or we could just plummet to our deaths.
Here we go! Oh!
I've gone 4 days without changing my pants.
Oh, that sounds very unsatisfactory. We are in at the deepest events. Rule number 1, don't die. What have we got ourselves into? Let's go! This looks dangerous. Let's put the camera down.
Get out there and restore some sanity.
This is mental.
Go, go, go!
Oh my word! What the?
Oh God, I'm funny. That Peter Crouch podcast. It's back stronger and funnier than ever. Listen now on the BBC Sounds app.
Hello, this is BBC News. I'm Simon McCoy. The headlines this afternoon. Difficult exam questions. As schools prepare to shut down, pupils, teachers and universities said they need to know what will happen to GCSE and A-levels. Ministers promise answers tomorrow. The Scottish Education Secretary, John Swinney, has said school exams will not take place this year. Scientists tell the government that the risks and benefits of further drastic actions to contain the coronavirus need to be properly weighed up. A glimmer of relief in China, which records no new domestic case of coronavirus for the first time since the pandemic began last year. And coming up, your questions answered around health implications of the virus and the closure of schools. Sport now for a full roundup from the BBC Sports Centre. We join Holly Hamilton. Holly.
Hi, Simon. Well, more questions answered here as well, because we
Thanks,
now
Josh.
know that English football will be suspended until at least the 30th of April. This follows a meeting between board members today. And the FA has also agreed that the current season can be extended indefinitely. Our reporter Laura Scott is outside the Premier League's headquarters in London.
The Premier League, the FA, the EFL and the Women's Game have issued a joint statement saying that they're collectively committed to finishing the football season. But they've said that football will not resume until the 30th of April at the earliest. They've pushed it back from their initial planned date of the 4th of April because that just simply wasn't realistic in the circumstances. Now, crucial to the season being able to be completed is that the FA have agreed to relax a rule that said that the football season should finish no later than the 1st of June. They've decided today that it will be extended indefinitely, and that will vastly improve the chances of the season being completed. But clearly there are no guarantees on when we'll start football again, but today we have seen unity across the game.
While pressure continues to build to postpone July's Olympic Games in Tokyo, with one of Britain's most decorated Olympians describing attempts to keep the event on as folly. Yesterday, IOC member Hayley Wickenheiser said assertions the Games will go ahead regardless of the current spread of the coronavirus pandemic were detrimental. And this morning, Sir Matthew Pinsent said the Games shouldn't take place as planned. But the president of World Athletics, Lord Coe, has told the BBC he thinks it's too early to postpone the Games.
I don't think you actually have to make that decision at this moment. Look, I have a responsibility for our showcased events, the Diamond League. We've postponed 3 of them. We haven't postponed the whole of the season for the very simple reason, A, we don't have to make that decision at the moment, and B, I will do what I can to try and keep the season intact because, the athletes, this is their career. I need to be very careful that I'm not removing the earning potential from athletes any more than I need to.
Well, double GB Olympic silver medalist James Guy says he'll be 100% ready whenever the Games take place, although he's still working on the assumption that they will happen in late July.
If they're going to give us a day, work back from that. Don't complain and just deal with it. The people who are not going to do that and think, oh no, what's going to happen? I don't know what I'm going to do. My head's gone. I'm lost. I'm not going to train. I don't know. Just get on with it. And I think the back of my head, when they give us a date for the Games, I'll be ready for that. Whenever it is, if it's in 2 months, if it's in 3 months' time, if it's in a year's time, I'll be ready to go 100%. And I can tell you now, the best athletes in the world across all sports, they'll be the exact same. People who can do it the best will deliver the best results.
Nice, some sad news to bring you regarding the former Cardiff City midfielder Peter Whittingham, who died at the age of 35. We've been in hospital for more than a week after suffering a head injury in a fall in a pub in Barry. Whittingham started his career with Aston Villa before joining Cardiff in 2007, where he played for 10 years. The club has released a statement to say they are heartbroken and his memory will stay with them eternally. Well, that is all your sports for now, but now on BBC News, it's time for your questions answered. Bye from me.
Well, you've been sending in your questions about coronavirus and the measures the Prime Minister and the Education Secretary announced about the closure of schools. We're talking about that and, of course, the health questions that are still coming in. Our health correspondent, Nick Triggle, joins me now here in the studio. And I'm also joined by the Hull GP, Dr. Zoe Norris, and Jeff Barton, who's the General Secretary of the Association of School and College Leaders, all here to answer your questions. And Nick, I'm going to start with you and get straight on. So many questions coming in every hour. This from Ellen, who says, my parents are self-isolating for 12 weeks as my dad has a long-term lung condition. Would it be okay to go on walks with them as long as we kept at least 2 meters away?
Well, exercise is very important, and the guidance does stress that people who are self-isolating can still go outside for a walk to get some fresh air. Obviously, out in the fresh air, the virus is less likely to spread anyway. So I would say, yes, go out for a walk, but keep that distance, keep that sort of 2 meter distance. You can still talk, but that distance will help. But I'd also say to Ellen that she should look out for some of the detailed guidance that we're expecting maybe before the weekend for people who are at these very high risk groups. There's 1.4 million people. I don't know if her father will fall into that, but that guidance will come out, and GPs, I believe, will also be contacting the patients who fall into this group. So I'd keep an eye out for that.
And Zoe, it is the people, particularly with lung conditions, but there are other long-term conditions that we keep hearing about where people do need to be very careful.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, my own parents are 70 and 71. They don't have any particular health conditions. But I think we do need to be really careful. And even just having that 2-meter limit in your head, it's actually very difficult to keep to that when it's somebody that you're chatting to, someone that you love. You need to be super, super aware. So anyone that does fall in those high risk groups, really trying to minimise any form of social contact as much as possible.
Well, another group, and we don't know if they're high risk or not. This comes in from Megan. And Zoe, she says, I'm 18 weeks pregnant and I've had mixed advice. I'm currently socially distancing myself as this was advised, but this has turned into self-isolation due to other advice and working in a public-facing role. What is the actual advice for pregnant women as it's so conflicting?
So I think some of the confusion has arisen because people have talked about different stages of pregnancy. If you look at the government advice, it does just say pregnancy. So according to that, any woman at any stage of pregnancy should consider themselves high risk and should be isolating. It does seem to be that, with the same as a lot of other conditions, that women who are later on in their pregnancy, particularly in the third trimester, so beyond about 30 weeks, are more at risk. However, if it was me personally and I was 18 weeks pregnant, I would be following the advice for being high risk and self-isolate.
Okay, Zoe, thank you very much. That's Dr. Zoe Norris. Let's take an education question, this one from Luke. He says, is there any realistic timescale on how long we expect to see the changes with school closures, etc.? I see that Scotland have said they might not reopen schools until September. How would that impact children and parents who are having to take more time off work to deal with childcare? Let's put that to Jeff Barton. Jeff.
Well, we're in unprecedented times, as everybody keeps saying, and it's very difficult to predict that. But one of the reasons that the exam season isn't able to go ahead is the predictions are that the epicenter of the virus is going to be around May into June. That would imply that the schools will stay closed through into the beginning of July, and therefore, if you're asking me to predict, I think we're likely not to see young people back in formal education until September.
And a lot of people waiting for this list of key staff. I mean, in schools, that covers so many, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a difficult one because head teachers, and I represent 19,300 or so school leaders, they are having to make decisions about who should be in their school on Monday. And essentially, they've really only got today and tomorrow to make those decisions. Now, some of those decisions are straightforward. It's the kind of young people who really need to be in school because that's where they're going to get their hot meal and so on and the support that they need. But in terms of which professions, what are the key worker ones, we're waiting for that to come from the Cabinet Office, and I think it's later on this afternoon we're going to find out. So there will be quite a lot of frenzied work, I think, taking place across schools, both to identify those students but also to communicate with those parents.
Jeff, thank you for that. My next question will be to Nick here in the studio, but I'm just going to mention, actually, the Bank of England has just cut the interest rate to 0.1%. We're just hearing that. Correspondent Andy Verity is on his way to the studio. He'll be bringing us more detail on that, but interest rates are cut to 0.1 percentage point. Right, back to you, Nick. We're talking about health. This comes in from Lindsay, who says, my mother is 75 and in good health. My father passed away in August last year, and she hasn't been coping very well. She was recently put on antidepressants by her GP. So I've been living with her for part of the week and then returning to my own home for the rest. Can I continue to do this as I'm worried about her mental health? She's very frightened and there's no other support network other than family. And Lindsay, I suspect, speaking for many, many daughters and sons here.
Well, indeed. I mean, when you read the guidance, it can't take into account every situation. So if Lindsay lived with her mum, of course, there'd be nowhere else for her to go and she'd be there keeping her mother company. So I would say if she's spending some of the week there, there's not necessarily any reason to stop that. Since her mum is in the over 70s group, she is strongly advised to self-isolate. But if Lindsay is going going in. She could take steps, precautions such as washing her hands regularly, all that good hand hygiene precautions to take. Obviously, if she herself is concerned she's been in contact with someone, a positive case or developed symptoms, she should self-isolate back at her own home. But I would say, I think there's a degree of interpretation in that guidance because you can't take into account every situation, and keeping her mum's emotional health and well-being is important too.
Dr. Zoe Norris, I mean, this touches a point, and I suspect we all have friends, relatives who are facing this, because there is a fear of how older people react, this particularly if they're suffering from dementia, because this is a very frightening time for them.
It is, and I think we are seeing a huge amount of anxiety, quite a lot of confusion still, and people really asking a lot of questions about how this applies to them. So I think it's as valid to look at people's mental health as it is their physical health, and to just try and be really sensible. And if you're in a scenario like Lindsay is, where she's providing care to a relative, then, you know, in a practical scenario, if she doesn't have anyone else at home, then maybe she can stay there permanently. But if she has other caring responsibilities at home, it does then come down to what the reality of this is, and keeping her mum well, and keeping her from becoming more anxious, because the chances are she gets anxious, she ends up calling 111 or an ambulance, ends up in hospital, when actually what she needs is some reassurance from someone familiar. And so that's what we're trying to avoid.
Okay, Dr. Zoe Norris, thank you very much for that. Now let's return to Jeff Barton, who's General Secretary of the Association of the School and College Leaders. And I want to put this one to you. This comes from Chloe, who says, what do I do with an autistic child who relies on structure and routine? She's only 4, so doesn't understand what's going on, but will not cope well with being told she can no longer go to school. Again, this is going to be reflecting an issue that many people are facing now with this announcement from the government.
It is, and I think that sounds to me like an example of where what I would suggest to the parent is she talks to the school. The school will know that child well and will understand the circumstances, and I think that they will want to take their responsibility seriously to keep that child in a structured environment. We have to remind ourselves that what children who are in school next week are not going to get is business as usual. But nevertheless, for a child like that who needs some of the routines and some of the familiar faces, I think I will be talking to that school, and that school will do all it can to try and provide that.
Okay, another question. This is from Claire. What about students who are in their final year at university? My daughter's currently in her final year at Sheffield Hallam. She's studying criminology. She's already stressed, as the tutors, of course, been on strike throughout much of the year. How will they be marked? Will they be able to claim a refund for the missed tutor time due to the strikes and now this closure?
It's a very fair question, and one which goes slightly beyond my remit. I look after education up to the age of 18. I mean, there is a sense in which the kind of study which takes place in university is by definition more independent anyway. It hasn't got the same sense of having to be supervised, but nevertheless, we know that young people's parents are paying those fees, and I think lots of parents are likely to be asking the same question. That said, this is something which is affecting all of us in a huge, extraordinary scale. And I suspect every university, like every secondary school, like every primary school, will be can to ensure a sense of fairness at the end of the course. The trouble is we're having to respond to this very quickly, and therefore I would give some time and then ask some questions of the university in terms of what they propose.
Jeff, this one is in your remit, and this is from Gordon, who says, given exams for GCSEs and A-levels are off, what should children be doing? We're encouraging us to keep working as normal, as if they were happening. But this is tricky. And for GCSE students wanting to do A-levels, should they now turn their attention to preparing for them and concentrate on their chosen subjects only?
I think that's a very good question. It's a question actually that teachers are asking, because teachers are feeling frustrated that they may well have got to the end of the course with young people, but they hadn't started the revision and so on. So they'll be wondering what it is that those young people could be doing. I think if you've got a student who is deciding that they're going to go on and do certain A-levels, even if they haven't ruled out all of those, I think to be spending some of their time doing some background reading, to look online at what the course content might be, to be looking at videos around that would seem to me an absolutely appropriate one. And one of the suggestions one of our members has made for those A-level students who are looking to go to university is for us to actually start talking to universities about resources that they might make available ready for courses which those youngsters would start to study in October. So I think the difference between this happening now and let's say 15 years ago is that we have access to all of those online resources. And I think encouraging young people to do their research, to keep their learning going, is going to be a very important habit for when they move on to the next phase of their education.
Jeff, thank you very much for that. Zoe, can I return to you, Dr. Zoe Norris? A couple of very difficult questions. First of all, this one from Elizabeth. My dad is due to start chemotherapy in a couple of weeks. What's the best thing for me to do in terms of social distancing, self-isolation? Will I be able to visit him while he's going through chemotherapy? People already facing desperate decisions. This just makes things so much more difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, gosh, incredibly hard. I mean, I think if he has anyone else at home with him, then I would advise she doesn't visit and she lets that other person who's sharing the household be looking after him and doesn't go and see him. If, however, he is on his own, then she probably inevitably is going to need to go in from a practical point of view, and then really just being scrupulous about observing all the things we've talked about, and particularly the hand hygiene and trying to socially distance as much as possible. And it's very difficult with chemotherapy because some patients sail through it and other patients really struggle and do need some support. So very difficult, but I think just being as sensible as she possibly can, and if she doesn't need to be there, then actually staying away would be the best thing.
Okay, a last one to you, if I may, Zoe. This is from Tom and Rebecca. They say, our baby girl was born Sunday and diagnosed with Down syndrome. We have one other infant in the house who we pulled out of nursery last Thursday. We're due to be discharged from hospital today. Can you let us know your advice, as our paranoia is through the roof? Tom and Rebecca, I'm sure you're not alone in that. Zoe, what should they do?
That's incredibly hard, and it would depend a little bit on whether the new baby has any complications associated with the Down syndrome, to do with the heart or to do with other physical problems. I would really hope that the hospital team will be able to give them some specific advice about the case, but all the things we've already talked about the hand hygiene, about the staying safe, the four of them are a family unit and would be expected to be in the same home. I think anybody with a new baby should be self-isolating and really trying to cut down that risk, but I would encourage them to talk to their hospital team.
Dr. Zoe Norris, thank you very much for that. And also to Jeff Barton, thank you both very much for taking part in these hugely important question and answer sessions. Thank you, and there'll be another one at 3:30. That breaking news in the last few minutes. The Bank of England has cut its interest rate to 0.1% in its latest attempt to protect Britain's economy from the impact of coronavirus. Let's talk to our economics correspondent, Andy Verity. This is the lowest it's ever been?
It is the lowest that the official bank rate has ever been. This is a measure of the scale and gravity of the economic emergency that's come out of the public health crisis over COVID-19. And the Bank of England, in its announcement just a few minutes ago, has admitted that the measures taken so far have not succeeded in lowering the cost of money. In spite of the fact that they had bank rates already at the lowest that it's ever been, it still wasn't doing the job. The markets were tightening. In other words, the cost of money was going up in spite of the bank offering to purchase bonds and the like from financial institutions with quantitative easing. They're now proposing not only to cut the official bank rate to its lowest ever, 0.1%, but also to do £200 billion extra of quantitative easing. In other words, purchasing bonds and the like from financial institutions to try and get more money into the system.
So what's the blockage here? Are the banks themselves not passing this on? Why are people still struggling with this?
The problem is that the international money markets are no longer so keen on holding assets that are valued in pounds. There's a dash for dollars. A flight to safety is when, in a normal sort of crisis, investors take their money out of risky assets like shares and put them into things like US treasuries or gold. Now, those normally safe haven assets have been falling in price because investors around the world are trying to liquidate their assets and realize cash. And they're having to do that for a number of reasons, what's called margin calls. A lot of them have borrowed money to invest. And if the value of their investment slips below what they've borrowed, they get a margin call. They have to come up with the cash immediately. This dash for cash is what's pushing up the dollar and pushing down the value of the pound. And the bank has to try and stop it in order to keep the cost of borrowing down, not just for people and businesses, but for itself. You remember we've been talking about how the cost of borrowing is low, so it's okay for the government to borrow quite a lot of money. But what you're seeing here is the cost of borrowing going up. The yield on gilts for 10 years, that's when the government issues an IOU and you hand over money to the government. It says, I'll pay you back in 10 years and I'll give you this rate of interest. Those rates of interest have been tiny because everybody wanted to be in government gilts. Now they don't want to do that so much anymore. So it could be that at the same time as the government faces a massive expansion in its borrowing needs, it's also facing an escalation in the cost of doing so.
If I've got an overdraft, a loan or a mortgage at the moment, and I'm watching what's happening to interest rates very closely, is this going to mean that that rate is going to come down or not? That's the bottom line, because a lot of people say maybe we should just freeze or turn to zero for a while any interest on any debt.
Well, mortgage rates can't always follow the bank rate down exactly. If you've got to track a mortgage, then you're in luck. It's going to be cheaper than ever. You're one of the ones who benefited from the global financial crisis and also from these measures, which are cutting interest rates to record lows. But most people don't have a tracker mortgage. A lot of people have fixed rate mortgages. And we should remember that most of the population doesn't have mortgages. It's actually a minority who have mortgages. About 60% own their own homes. But what we're looking at here, Simon, is one of the most serious measures that's ever been taken in monetary policy history to try to address a crisis that MPs are saying threatens to be the worst for 100 years.
Okay, I want to bring a bit of light into this day of shade. I'm just looking at the co-op is to create 5,000 store-based posts. This is in a bid to provide temporary employment for hospitality workers who've lost their jobs. Now, how are they able to do that?
Well, presumably they have some reserves which they can pay them with, and therefore they're sort of stepping in a kind of a non-commercial, altruistic kind of way, which is part of the co-op's ethos, to employ other people. But there will also be genuine commercial need for people to be employed in different sectors to what they have been before. Delivery drivers, for example, there's a terrible shortage of them at the moment.
the way. Peace, love is the way. Peace, love is the way. Peace, love is the way.
Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way.
Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day.
Jah Rastafari.
Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Oh, Peace, love is the way. 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 Oh, Peace, love is the way.
Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Oh, Peace, love is the way. Oh, Peace, love is the way. Oh, Peace, love is the way.
Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Each and every day. Each and every day. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way.
Jah Rastafari.
Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way. Each and every day. Each and every day. Each and every day. Each and every day. Peace, love is the way.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day. Each and every day, each and every day, each and every day. Each life is a way.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Each life is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day. Each and every day, each and every day, each and every day. Each life is a way.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
Each life is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day. Each life is a way, each and every day.
Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari. Jah Rastafari.
open up your mind. You'll see so far away, it's there in a heartbeat. In a second you can almost touch the clouds. Being always in your hands, so go and rejoice. Rejoice, rejoice. Deep inside my soul, celebrate this joy that I feel within me. When I focus, I can see the distant lands where peace on earth is here with justice and just see.
Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. For the human being to survive, you have to consume food and water, which comes from our planetary home Earth, which is very rich in energy. The energy has manifested since the beginning of time, but the kings of the food chain, or shall I call them the thugs, treat their home like an immature hooligan, taking what they want and vandalising the rest, because the motherfuckers won't learn. But I don't care, because we'll fall down the food chain. And I've seen the new kings of the street. Jesus came back before the year 2000, but he was a human being. He was a motherfucking rat. I can see the future. Landfill sites take control. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. I'm I feel sorry for future generations, but never mind, just live life for the moment. The future and past doesn't matter, so let's chop all the trees down and hurry up this slope, painful death of the human race. Let's all buy guns and play cowboys and Indians, as death is one thing I can guarantee you. So why wait? I want to push the button, because motherfuckers won't learn, motherfuckers won't learn. Let's kill the human race. With these policies, surely I can become Prime Minister or the President of the United States. But am I forgetting the important fact? None of them will push the button, because their riches are invaluable to them once they are dead. And I'm sure that God assesses your actions, because he wants the human race to succeed. He wants us to build something for him out of the puzzle. We just have to suss out the clues left in the riddles and their rhymes. Because human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin. Human beings are like vermin. Human beings are worse than vermin.
ready for this?
I need a gangster bitch. A gangster bitch. I want a gangster bitch. A gangster bitch. I want a gangster bitch. With my. I want a gangster bitch. I need a gangster bitch.
One thing I really know
No matter how dramatic the story, they made out this drama thing going. I haven't seen much of the world, all I saw through TV gave me a great understanding and insight into how the world is. Because one thing I really know is no matter how dramatic the story, they made out this drama thing going. TV system is probably Babylon. The ones who call me Allah, but I'm not Allah. I would never bow to him or that name. My name is Aya. TV system is probably Babylon. The ones who call me Allah, but I'm not Allah. I would never bow to him or that name. My name is Aya. And all my friends, every time in the way, I'm just a liar. I'm just my doctor. System is probably Babylon. The one who calls me Allah, but I'm not Allah. I would never bow to him or that name. My name is Aya.
Come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Say Godfather, he say you right, cause you a Godfather. Me go put no wrong step where the type right. Bring it, bug it over, cat land me brother. Help him yard it, carry it across the border. This is what the wrong step on the microphone center. Anyway, me go Lord the roots and culture. From up every previous star, I'm an danger. Follow me no massive rank to original rank come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Original rank come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. You see me mama, they want a long time. Not for me for my hits, they find them mind for me mama. They want a long time. Not for me for my hits, they find them mind. I just shoot out. Me and them fuck up. But tell the whole of them me I go mash them up. I just shoot out. Them me and them buck up. But tell the whole of them me I go pack them up. So when me hold the microphone, they get a cantankerous. Go tell the whole of them me just get famous. Me hold the microphone, me sweet and delicious. Galang Ragamuffin say you well dangerous. You say this stopper, but they want a long time. Nothing me stop by it, them and them. I know see this stopper. They want a long time. Nothing me stop by it, them and them. My original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Come and tell the whole of them me a go give them problem. Galang cut the rank and go mash it up again. Me ram up a dance down a Jerusalem. Me come back a it up. Ragamuffin, me come back again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin, me come back again. Say Godfather, he's a you right, cause you a Godfather. Me a go put no me wrong, take away the typewriter. Bring it, go be so back your lad, me brother. Help him yard it, carry cross the border. Listen cut the rank, up on the microphone center. Anyway, me call out the roots and culture. From a very previous I manage the danger. Follow me no massive rank to original rank come. So boom it up, Ragamuffin, me come back again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin, me come back again. You see me Bama, they want a long time. Don't see me Bama hit them and them might see me Bama. They want a long time. Don't see me Bama hit them and them might not just shoot out. Me and them fuck up. Go tell the whole of them me I go mash them up and just shoot out. Me and them fuck up. Go tell the whole of them me I go pack them up. So when me hold the microphone they get a cantankerous. Go tell the whole of them me just get famous. Me hold the microphone me sweet and delicious. Galang Ragamuffin say you well dangerous. You see this stopper. They want a long time. Nothing me stop I hit them and them. I know see this stopper. They want a long time. Nothing me stop I hit them and them. My original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Come and tell the whole of them me a go give them problem. Galang cut the rank and go mash it up again. Me ram up a dance down at Jerusalem. Me come back again, me come to mash it up again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Come and tell the whole of them me a go give them problem. Galang cut the rank and go mash it up again. Me ram up a dance down at Jerusalem. Me come back again, me come to mash it up again. The root me a branch, me a leaf, me a stem. When I make no enemy, Lord, me want be a friend. And when you check it out for me friendship, ya hen. I no beg no borrow, me say neither lend. You see me come up, they want a long time. I feel me by my head, them and them, mind you see this stopper. They want a long time. Nothing me stop I hate them and them mind me press the trigger. And they blow them mind. Oh listen cut the wrong me a one of a kind me press the trigger. And me blow them mind. But tell them my lyrics ain't newly designed. Just shoot out. When me and them buck up. But tell the whole of them me a go pack them up and just shoot out. When me and them buck up. But tell the whole of them me a go mash them up and just shoot out. When me and them buck up. But tell the whole of them Lord me dangerous. Original ranks come to boom it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Original ranks come to shut it up. Ragamuffin me come back again. Say Godfather is a you right, cause you a Godfather. Me go but no we wrong, take away the typewriter. Bring it up, you back your God, me brother.
It's supposed to flow like water. Now, water lends itself to fish, plants. Water is constantly lending itself. There's water flowing through each and every single living organism in the entire world. As the water lends itself so freely, why do not humans? People misinformed by mediotic nonsense. 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 It's supposed to flow like water. Now, water lends itself to fish, plants. Water is constantly lending itself. There's water flowing through each and every single living organism in the entire world. As the water lends itself so freely, why do not humans? People misinformed by mediotic nonsense. 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 It's supposed to flow like water. Now, water lends itself to fish, plants. Water is constantly lending itself. There's water flowing through each and every single living organism in the entire world. As the water lends itself so freely, why do not humans? People misinformed by mediotic nonsense. 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 It's supposed to flow like water. Now, water lends itself to fish, plants. constantly lending itself. There's water flowing through each and every single living organism in the entire world. As the water lends itself so freely, why are we not humans? People misinformed by mediocric nonsense. 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 It's supposed to flow like water. Now, water lends itself to fish, plants. Water is constantly lending itself. There's water flowing through each and every single living organism in the entire world. As the water lends itself so freely, why are we not humans? People misinformed by mediocric nonsense. People misinformed by mediocric nonsense. By mediocric nonsense. People misinformed by mediocric nonsense. People misinformed by mediocric nonsense. People misinformed by mediocric nonsense. It's supposed to flow like water. Now, water lends itself to fish, plants. Water is constantly lending itself. There's water flowing through each and every single living organism in the entire world. As the water lends itself so freely, why are we not humans? People misinformed by mediocric nonsense. 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 Tony, Chris, Tony, Dominic, 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 hello, Dominic, hello, Dominic. Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Tony, Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Tony. Dominic. Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Tony, Dominic, hello. Dominic, hello. Chris, Tony, Dominic, Chris, Dominic, hello. Chris, Tony, Dominic, Chris, Dominic, hello.
We got to warm up first. We got to warm up. Don't have to hear me on the bank. Got to warm up.
deep inside my soul. Celebrate this joy that I feel within me. When I focus, I can see the distant lands where peace on earth is filled with just a man.
Damn, man, why don't you pump the shit up so it can fuck with my eardrums a little bit?
come to me, must I weep? Will you cover me, make me weep, baby? I believe we're meant to be. I can't even sleep, never sleep. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's in your eyes, you can't disguise your feelings inside. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's never too late. Will you come to me, must I weep? Will you cover me, make me weep, baby? I believe we're meant to be. I can't even sleep, never sleep. Just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's in your eyes, you can't disguise your feelings inside. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's never too late. I can feel no shame, I'm enslaved, calling out your name, swept away, still you play your game. I'm left in chains, I long for your embrace, your embrace. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's in your eyes, you can't disguise your feelings inside. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's never too late. I can feel no shame, I'm a slave, calling out your name, swept away, still you play your game. I'm left in chains, I long for your embrace, your embrace. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's in your eyes, you can't disguise the feelings inside. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's never too late. Will you come to me, must I weep? Will you cover me, make me weep, baby? I believe we're meant to be. I can't even sleep, never sleep. I can feel no shame, I'm enslaved, calling out your name, swept away, still you play your game. I'm left in chains, I long for your embrace, your embrace. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's in your eyes, you can't disguise your feelings inside. I just can't wait, don't hesitate, say that you'll stay. It's never too late.
But I'm not actually sure if I took my medication last night, but I think I did because I started to feel funny. I think I did take it. Doesn't matter anyway if I missed it out. No, I missed it out. Gideon M, right. That reminds me of the name of my landlord, Gideon. It's the name of my landlord, and if I ever find out that that is my landlord, my landlord loses legs, his penis, fucking eyeballs.
Kyle, who is 13 and in
A
year 8.
fucking lot, man. Like my landlord.
I have Gracie, who is 8 and in year 3.
Fucking
Behind me, I've got Abby, who's 11
pin.
and in year 7.
Fucking moron.
Fantastic. Hello to all of you. Caroline, you've got this terrible dilemma, I guess. You need to keep working.
Oh, it's
but on
still
the
early.
other hand,
I thought it was
the
later than
schools
that.
are out. Tell me about your thoughts.
To be honest, I don't kind of know where my thoughts should be. Being a mother of 3 in all completely